What's up, cool people? Welcome to another live stream. How's everybody doing today? For those of you who do not know, my name is Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. So, yeah. I gotta confess, my Xbox has not been the most cooperative this week. Or more accurately, Xbox storage has not been the most cooperative. I had an external hard drive attached to it that was doing fine, probably going on 4 or 5 years, and then just like that, maybe not exactly like that, had a little bit of trouble, couple of days, with occasionally saying that you know, I hadn't downloaded certain games or whatever. Turns out it was probably my Xbox having trouble reading stuff from the external drive. And then after a couple of days of it eventually still working, then it just stopped altogether and wouldn't read anything from that anymore. So about 2.5 terabytes worth of saved games. Well, the saved data I can still access as long as I re-download the games, but 2.5 terabytes worth of games that I had downloaded onto that hard drive were inaccessible as of that moment. Still are inaccessible. So I had to reconfigure what was in my Xbox's internal storage. The all of like 500 gigs, I think, that's there. If even that. And then, like, just had to maneuver that around to get my normal stream/recording stuff onto there. I get a feeling the external hard drive itself is what's the issue here. But I have purchased, as of earlier today, I've purchased another hard drive for it to just plug it in and make sure that that's the issue. And of course, if that new one works, then obviously I can just move forward using that. But it's a sign, well, either it's just the external hard drive crapped out, or it's a sign that I might need to upgrade Xboxes before too long. But anyway, okay. With all that out of the way, this is just going to be a plain and simple PowerWash Simulator kind of live stream. So, ad breaks coming up soon on Twitch. I might as well get that rolling before I get too far into the game. And otherwise, that's all I've got to kind of introduce things. So, yeah. Let's get that ad break rolling on Twitch. And then I will see all of you people in a little bit as I'm then playing PowerWash Simulator. YouTube folks, y'all can see what I'm doing here. This is not rated M. In fact, I just saw a thing where apparently the ESRB rating recently got updated to E10 plus. It was rated E, but now it's E10 plus. I wonder if that has to do with anything from the DLC that might introduce some, like, some references to some substances or other things. I don't know. But it was up until, like, just very recently that it apparently got updated. So I would think it has something to do with the Alice in Wonderland DLC. Which I can definitely see that kind of having some hints of, like, referring to different, you know, hallucinogenic substances and the like. Anyway, where was I in this process? Somewhere around here, I think. Yeah, okay. Okay. Twitch peeps, welcome back. So this is where I left things off. So, despite all the issues that I had with my Xbox and it being able to actually, you know, keep the games that I had saved, or that I had downloaded, the save data attached to any of said games is still here. So, at least I didn't have to do another full-on, like, redo all of my progress in PowerWash Simulator kind of situation. That's a very interesting way to get up here, but I guess it's pretty much the only way to do so without a ladder. Anyway, so yeah, this was the job I left things off with last week. Figured might as well continue from here. There we go, okay. Top is clean. I'm gonna go ahead and walk across this thing. For a second, it made me think I was gonna have to jump to get to the first plank. But, yeah. Aside from my Xbox storage stuff being finicky, yeah. Haven't been too bad. Oh, also, quick thanks to recent Twitch followers. Wordy Girl followed yesterday, and the Jelly Bean Kid as of about 7 hours ago. I wasn't even paying enough attention to see what got clean a little while ago. Oh, maybe it was the other one of those down there. Okay. Oh yeah. Suppose I should turn down the volume of the background music I've got going on. In fact, since I'm in the game, might want to just ditch that entirely. I fell off. I have been experiencing a little bit of control stick drift as well. So there's another issue I've been having with my Xbox. I would ask, how are these planks not getting entirely clean, or not registering as entirely clean? But I have a feeling I know the reason. Because I need to hit them from this side, too. Oh, come on. In what way are you not clean? There we go. Okay. So, I am here continuing to do the Tomb Raider DLC, at least for the moment. Mostly just because that's what I had left things off with last week. Oh, jeez, really? So, like, some spots it's almost like there's tiny bits of dirt in, like, the cracks between the boxes there. For those who don't know, this is one of, I believe, 3 free sets of DLC for PowerWash Simulator. The other ones are Final Fantasy VII and what was the other free? Oh, the other free one is like a holiday themed thing. I missed. Of course, I could just bring the ladder over here and make this a bit simpler. Oh, there's another ladder there. And another stool. Okay. And I don't know why I'm even fussing with all that, because I already got the top. I probably don't need to get back up there again. Unless it did not declare the top to be entirely clean. Recommended by a mutual friend. What mutual friend would have... provided invaluable help on my journeys for a number of years, but now they've gone their way. And I've gone... Okay. Who is the mutual friend? How would anybody... I believe they're helping you now, so do say hi. Hold up. Is that supposed to be a fourth wall break? I think that's a fourth wall break there. I legit think Lara just, like, is referring to the player as the mutual... Hold up, okay. I'm gonna try and clip that, just for some sort of indication of maybe when in the stream that happened. And if I need to edit things after the fact, then I'll do that, but... Okay. Definitely cannot say I expected that. Because technically speaking, you, the player, by downloading the DLC, are the only one that we know of would have had any communication with the character that we control regarding this matter. Unless she's going to explain that later, and it turns out that the mutual acquaintance is like the mayor of Muckingham or something. Which, that then debatably establishes, like, video game character connections that otherwise would definitely not be confirmed. Okay, I think that side's clean all the way down. Yes, it is. Okay. Alright. What exactly is still dirty about these boxes? Okay, that one's clean now. How about this one? Aha. Okay. That one I completely understand. Alright, you know what? Let me get the ladder here. Well, shoot. Oh yeah, can't put the ladder on this side of it because of the bridge thing. Maybe the stool would be a better solution for some of this. Although okay. I was about to say I don't think there's much that would give me access to on its own. Really? That's the spot that you allow it to sit. Out of all the wide open area that there was around there. Okay. And then top box. Not quite sure what's still dirty about the top box. Okay, apparently it was that little thing. Alrighty. Seems like we're done with that. Oh, dude. Okay, so my brain for a second was on the thought of like video game crossovers and such. Because of the possible fourth wall break from Lara there. So, in line with that thinking, not that it would happen, but my brain was like, oh man, wouldn't it be interesting if there was basically a collab with Nintendo to the tune of like all sorts of various Smash Bros stages getting power washed, presumably, you know, after the after some of the, you know, battles have happened on those stages. In those stages? I don't know. Anyway. Again, not something that I think would actually happen, but there's at least a, you know, story canon excuse for why it maybe could happen. If it ever did. Or Nintendo could just, you know, have individual IPs of theirs crossover with PowerWash Sim here. Maybe like just attribute the need for cleaning to various adventures of those characters. Okay, that clearly has more on the other side of this brick thing. Because there's no way that it is as clean as it looks and still that dirty if we're just talking about this side of it. Okay. Moving on to this thing. Which is... So, are we to assume that this entire obstacle course was, like, just kind of... Well... Should we assume it's a makeshift sort of situation where, you know... Lara just got a bunch of stuff and, like, piled it together in various ways to make this course. What exactly on this wall is still dirty? Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm seeing other things unrelated to this wall, but... There we go. Okay. Wall is done. Also, unrelated to the wall... Can I bring the stool down there? Yes, I can. Good. Because it'll help a little bit with this right here that I'm now seeing. Okay. I think that does it for that. Now into the tunnel. Yeah, I do wonder if there are any other plans in the works for, you know, more DLC for this game. I wouldn't be surprised by it, because, like, that Alice in Wonderland stuff is really recent. Like, within the past month or two, I'm thinking. Okay. Maybe they count the outside of the tunnel as part of the tunnel itself. Which, that has me realizing, maybe I need to use my stool here to get up on that part. Or, just kind of approach it from the side here. Or maybe both sides. Either way. Might as well clean off the brick out here while I'm at it. Okay, that took care of... what exactly? I don't know. Okay, come on. Maybe I need to clean some of this too. Okay. Roof is done. The trim was what I got on the other side there. Okay. That makes sense. Ah, no. Didn't mean to get that close to there. Or whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. I was also trying to clean the tunnel. But I think that did it. And it seems I was correct about these sections as well. In that it was counting both sides of the tunnel as the same thing for these. Alrighty. Now just got this stuff right here with these. I don't know, they look kind of like steps, but they're really big steps. So yes, even though the actual like in-game description of it says step, I'm like, I mean, I guess if that's what you say it is, but that is not a normal step. Oh, this here is part of the step that I'm cleaning, okay. So the curb going around like this is a totally separate thing. Let me go grab the stool. Okay. I thought it said this was clean already. Oh, okay. So that's a separate section than this section. Weird. So maybe I should move the stool over this way just a little bit. Okay, what exactly about this curb is still dirty? I do not understand. Oh well. Okay. It's probably extending it out beyond this obstacle. The curb part, I mean. Step there is all good. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I've spent a little bit more on atypical purchases recently than I would generally like to, but, you know, it's atypical. Hold up, let me see what Laura's saying here. As fun as it is, I must admit, I'm guilt every time I see that quad bike. Because must have driven Winston around and catch its tire marks through the manor. He got it onto the roof on one occasion. Does make me curious how that happened. Or is that supposed to be a, like something that happened in one of the Tomb Raider games that I'm not aware of? Trying to get underneath the wooden slats there is a little awkward, in my opinion. You see, it's that kind of stuff that makes me think it was... like, this is all kind of makeshift, in a way. Almost a redneck engineering type situation, but maybe a little less redneck. I mean, it seems like it's, you know, decently well thought out and put together. It's just that, like, my guess is something like this isn't easy, wouldn't be easy to just get custom made. So either the design was thought of, all the pieces were purchased separately and then, you know, assembled, or this was somebody's solution to potentially making this obstacle course more interchangeable, or like, you know, like the different parts could potentially be moved around, reconfigured, and that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm making all sorts of guesses about a completely fictional situation. But hey, that's what fans will do. Okay. Let me bring this on up here. Maybe swing it around like that. Give me better angle on something at least. Huh. The band itself has a different, like... It counts as a different object than the rest of the box. I mean, I think I knew that, but... doesn't make it feel less odd. Okay. Yeah, maybe I can get these now. Cool, that box is done. Anything like that on the opposite side? No? Okay, I mean, there's this box here that has some similar kind of stuff, but... oh, jeez. Might need to go get a ladder now. Oh, there's the quad bike, okay. I was kind of wondering why she mentioned it. Right when she did. Okay, ladder. Is this... I don't think that's the one I was using most recently. Nope. It was over there. Oh well. I unintentionally hid it from myself. Don't you just love it when things like that happen? Okay. It does let me on top. Yay. Although I had to literally jump up from the top of a ladder to get there. Definitely do not want to move any further backward if I don't have to. And makes me wonder a little bit about what's still dirty on that box, but whatever, I can investigate that further in a little bit. How much you want to bet once I get to the end that, like, there's gonna be just a real little bit of stuff. Or, like, the things that'll still be dirty will be, like, really small kinds of things. Okay, let me, I guess, get in between, well, hold up. Over here, try and get what I can of the zip line handle here. I would guess there's still some I gotta get from underneath. Okay. There we go. That's where I want it to be. So I can get a bunch of this little stuff here. Kind of stuff you definitely cannot get from a top angle. Especially one that is significantly higher. Yep, hello. Almost missed that bit of dirt there. And now I gotta get the underside of this. There we go, okay. That's done. What am I still missing on the slanted box there? I can definitely see some of what I'm missing on this box, though. Most of the time, the biggest trouble for me when trying to finish all these seems to be just the tiny little cracks and crevices and minute details all around. Especially when you have to use a ladder or something like that to get to those things. But then the ladder can be partially in the way of those things. Okay, there we go. That box is done. This one has a little dirt over here. Not quite sure how that's still dirty right now, but oh well. Okay, that one's done. Okay, zipline handle is good. Huh. Okay, that box is done. That box is not done. What's not done about this box? What is still dirty? Oh well. Fortunately, our power washer here is basically invincible. Or perhaps invulnerable is more accurate. It's like they don't even feel a thing. No signs of injury, no... nothing. Although I do think that would hurt the experience more than helping it, let's be honest. Okay, so this half box here is... oh, okay. Little bit of dirt in here still. Okay, well there's the one half box done. There's the other. Okay. That box is done. So is that. So is that. This one still needs a little work, but there we go. That one up there seems to be done. The one way up top isn't quite done yet, though. Okay, done. 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 Not quite done. Okay, let me pull this ladder back around to side here. Maybe I can see... Oh, right. It's probably some of that kind of stuff. Hang on. Put that over there again. Tell you what, extension. At least to maybe help get the top box. Yeah, and then there are these ones, which still... Yeah, the slanted boxes still say they aren't clean either. Okay. There's one top box done. There's the other top box done. Alrighty. Now, what's still dirty? Ah. Yeah, that would do it. And I think that takes care of this entire structure here. Yep. Goody. Alright, back to the stubby gun. I do wonder a little bit what other things from Tomb Raider would potentially get cleaned. You would think maybe well, given the size of the quad bike, I guess it's not too surprising that it's grouped in with something else. You would normally think that that might get its own separate job. Okay. I just gotta get this side here. That whole situation. And then... Okay, why is this one not done yet? Guess it's something on the other side of it, or maybe on the top of that lower box. There we go, okay. Alright. Next part. And then I think this, well, and then the little bits of curb will be all for the obstacle course. Then still got the quad bike there to get a little cleaning on. I would think with it being part of this that it's not going to be a whole lot of time and effort on its own, though. Now, if they had a separate job just for the quad bike, I'd almost expect the entire thing to be covered in rust. Maybe even like a layer of mud with rust underneath it. I'm gonna go ahead and move to the side here. Might need a bit of a boost to thoroughly get up top there. That is why we have stools and ladders and the like. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like sometimes with this game, frame rate kind of drops a little bit as you're moving around, especially moving your, like, your view back and forth, like I'm doing right now. %, cleaned for the whole obstacle course and quad bike. 98% now. Getting close. Okay. Let me go ahead and just take care of the last of this curb here. Okay. I expected to see some of that. I mean, obviously, why else would I have, like, crouched, not even crouched, like, gone completely prone in that little area. Alright, tell you what. I think it's ladder time for this. There we go. Up on top here. Like, hopefully I got enough off the top, but let me just make sure. Not seeing anything from that angle. There's a little bit here. For half a second, I thought the quad bike there was like an extension of the box. But no. Okay. Does not seem to be any dirt up on top. Okay. There is, however, a little bit of dirt here. Just a little bit there. Okay. But where's there still dirt on the lower box? Teensy bit down here. Yep. There's some. Okay. I do not know what is still dirty about this box. It says there's just a little bit. Yep, okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Whoa. Bit of glitchiness. Visual glitchiness. Coming into contact with the ladder while being prone. These just tiny little screws. Well, possibly a bit large for screws, but still. Tiny little metal fasteners of some sort there. Why are they so stubborn when it comes to being clean? Of course, maybe it's rust because they're metal. Eh. No. Where is the dirt on this box? A little bit there. Ah, there we go. Of course. It's always a little streak like that. Well, not always, but there have been quite a few of those lately with regard to this obstacle course. Okay, there's some dirt on the middle box there that I hadn't gotten before. Okay, maybe one more there. There we go. And then the slanted box. What? Well, okay. I was about to say, what's still dirty about the slanted box? And then it's like, well, it's clean now. Cool. So I think it's just the quad bike left. Which, I'm pretty sure most of us in the US would just call this a four-wheeler. But I guess I've heard it called a quad bike sometimes too. Even here in the States. Okay, I was wondering why I had over 50% of this job done but nowhere near half of the money from it. And now I think I know why, because there was a whole bunch that got split up among these tiny little parts of the quad bike. Alright. Yeah, seriously. I think it divided this quad bike up into, like, at least 25 different parts. Okay. Getting kind of top view. Just trying to see where I might have missed some dirt. If anywhere. Itchy nose for a second. Okay, now we get a low view. See if there's anything way down here that I might have missed. Not as far as I can tell. I might have to just consult the list. Alrighty. List time. So let's see here. Probably if I go from the end, that'll, yeah, that'll lead me backwards from the quad bike. Shock absorbers. These are not the shock absorbers? What even are the shock absorbers? I see nothing highlighted. And it's supposed to be highlighted when I do this. Oh, geez, okay. Okay, that's it for the quad bike. Now, moving our way back up the list, we got... Ah, one of the tunnel trims, okay. Probably the closer one here. No? Odd. Shoot, now I gotta put the ladder there to climb up it to get outside there. Oh wait, the trim, it's like, okay, yeah. Never mind. I know what I did. That's the trim. Not my smartest moment there. Okay. That's done. Now, what's next? And you notice all these things that it's, or a lot of these things that it's saying I miss, are like 98 or 99% clean. Obstacle 6, wide boxes. Wide boxes. Is this obstacle 6? No, that's obstacle 9. But that also is something that's not fully clean yet. So while I'm here, might as well go ahead and work on that. It is another wide box, though. So at least there's that in common. It's kind of what drew my attention to it in the first place. Because I knew I was looking for a wide box. Those middle boxes are fine. The other wide one down here, though, is not. Okay, now it is. So wait, why is it like obstacle 10? Why is it doing them out of order like this? That's so weird. You've got obstacle 2, 12, 3, 10, 6. Like, what the hey? Alright, 6. 7 is closer. Anything from obstacle... Actually, did 10 have anything? No. Does 8 have anything? Obstacle... Oh, wait. Oh, I still didn't get the band from obstacle 11. Okay. I'll go to 11, and then back toward 8. So what exactly about the... Okay. Well, that was it for 11. Okay, now we go to 8. It's so weird that they wouldn't have the obstacles just in order of appearance. Or, like, you know, number order, whatever you want to call that. How the... Okay, whatever. There is the dirt. For this platform. Is there any on top? Sure isn't. Well, okay. Guess it was, even though it didn't quite indicate that. Framework, eh? Let me go ahead and put this somewhere else for now. Framework. Well, I could wager a guess as to where a lot of the dirt from the framework would be, but I would have figured I already tried to account for that. I figured most of it would be on these little curvy bits here. Yeah, but that's an especially awkward one to try and get. Also, maybe underneath the little X shapes here. Little beams that are crossing with each other. Oh, geez, okay. There we go, okay. That should do it for obstacle 8. Alright, 7. Oh, geez, some of the quad bike stuff was at the top of the list, too? This is such a disorganized list! What in the world? Anyway, okay, where is obstacle 7? And is there anything dirty? Okay, yes. Bunch of little pieces of it. Okay, so what am I currently? The Balance beam. That wasn't what I meant to do. The balance beam would be this. Cool. Then there's some boxes around here that aren't quite clean. Like this one. I can't see where it is dirty at the moment. But apparently I got it. Got another box in the band. Cool. This box is quite dirty. Surprisingly. That would definitely contribute. Any of that on the other side? Probably. Yes, indeed. Okay. Done, 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 done. And no, I'm not saying that to be dramatic. This is me, mentally checking things off the list. Cool. Okay, the brackets, I guess, are done here. Yep. Slanted box is done. Done. That box up there is not done. Okay. Well, that bit of dirt was obvious. There's still more. Perhaps here? Ah, well. Kinda. Oh. While I've got a good angle on this dirt, might as well clean it. How did I get that box clean? I don't know. Anyway. So that, okay, the block steps are clean. This still has a little tiny bit of dirt somewhere. Perhaps I shall grab the ladder. And this one. Wait. Of course, it would be in a spot where the ladder makes it difficult to get to. Okay, the slanted box way up there is good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, yeah. Okay, I think... Oh, hold up. This bracket is not good. Okay then. What is still dirty on that bracket? This bracket's fine. How did I get the one but not the other? There we go. Okay. Apologies if all the jumping was a little awkward. Okay. Done. 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 I did the balance beam. Done. 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 Okay. Obstacle 7, I believe, is complete. Now this is what I was heading towards before. You know, before I realized that they were giving me these slightly Actually, a lot more than slightly out of order. Get a wide box. That's done. Okay, obstacle 6 might be all good then. Let me go back to the list. Alright, so let's see here. That's obstacle... Oh. Net pins. One of these things in the corner, probably. Yep. Cool. Uh-huh. Now it's obstacles 4 and 5. Where did I put the ladder? There we go. Ladder. Obstacle 5. It says it's the poles. Oh, well, yeah. If I missed entire sides of them like that, I shouldn't be surprised. Although, is it really accurate to call it a side when you're talking about a rounded object? Like, you know, round columns, I wouldn't think count very much as objects that would have sides. Circles don't have sides. But, anyway. Now I'm getting into, like, tiny little semantics and whatnot. Ah, this strap here apparently is dirty. Okay, now just 2 of the boxes. But which boxes? One of these. And that one down there. Aha! Job complete. Okay. Man. I think in total that probably took me like 3 to 4 hours. And there's your time lapse. Alrighty, continue. Next is Lara Croft's Jeep and motorboat, but perhaps I will save that for another time and advance the career a little bit. Actually, let me check the shop real quick. I've got the highest grade power washer. I do not have all of the associated equipment and attachments and whatnot. I guess I got the long extension already. Just maybe not the soap nozzle or the extra long extension. Okay. So, career. Continue. The washroom. This is an entirely new thing that I know I have not done before. Also, there was no further follow-up from Lara specifying who was the mutual contact. So that leads me all the more to believe that, like, that was a fourth wall break referring to the player as the contact. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but that's the only thing that makes sense in my head without any further explanations. Oh, geez. Okay. Now I could switch to this and just not have access to all the extensions or the soap nozzle. Here's what I'm thinking for the nightclub conversion. Oh, they want to turn this into a nightclub? Guess I could have read the, introductory text regarding this job. Is it just counting, like, all of this as the tunnel wall? I think it might be counting the entire walkway here, or at least the sides of it, as the tunnel wall. The light fixture is done. Obviously, the floor is a totally different matter. In case you're wondering about how long I would think this is going to take, honestly, probably not as long as the job that I just did, because the career jobs tend to pay more per job than the others. Like, I would probably say it goes career jobs, bonus jobs, then DLC jobs in terms of highest to lowest pay rate. Alright. There we go. Now, the wall here. This whole hallway thing that it seems to be counting as one wall, maybe? Maybe not. I'm not 100% sure on that. Maybe it's like each side of it is being counted as one wall. And it just kind of goes up to about the halfway point on the ceiling. Because now if I... No. That seems to be one pretty... smooth transition with no obvious, like, counting one side different than the other. Oh yeah, by the way, if the stream title indicates at all that I'm in a bad mood, that is not true. I was just trying to, I don't know. I was trying to not give this stream just a really generic title. So I thought I'd mention a little bit of what happened and why I'm only doing PowerWash Simulator and not, like, you know, an additional review or something like that. Like I've been doing a fair amount recently on Saturdays. How did something like this get so dirty? I mean, I could understand a little bit some of the walls and the floor. The floor is probably the most understandable part, really. But like the sinks have running water. How would you possibly let the sinks get this dirty? But I guess it was like abandoned, so... And that's the whole reason there's even the possibility of our employer, question mark, for this job thinking about turning it into a nightclub. Actually, did they say nightclub specifically? I don't know. Some kind of club. Do I not get a stool or anything for this job? I haven't seen one. Oh, okay. Maybe that's more so the issue than what I've missed. Okay, floor's clean there. Sink's clean. Nice. Okay, walls are counted differently right here. Like that wall was different than this wall. Which, practically speaking, makes sense. Sometimes this game has a habit of combining things like that, though. Now I'd like to get the ceiling for this area. Helix, hello! How are you doing today? You mentioned sometime kind of recently that you had been on and come back from a vacation, or something to that effect, if I remember right. How was all that, if you care to share? Okay. In the meantime, what is still dirty about this ceiling panel? Or is that just the whole... Okay, that was the whole ceiling there. I was thinking it was, like, dividing it up into this section and that section. But nope, it was one unit. Okay, tell you what, let me get the floor here. That would probably be a pretty practical thing to get first. Especially going along like the main walkway here. Whoa. New job available, extra cleaning liquids. Services are required back at the carnival in order to redress the scales of justice. For what reason? Oh, and this is just more about Clement's plan about turning this into a club. Into the main room where each of the sinks is converted into a drink dispenser. Speakers built into the floor hit you with the deepest bass beats from your toes up. Interesting. Helix. Feeling down right now. Yeah, I'm after a vacation. Vacation was nice. Made a few new friends. Bought a purse and keychains. Also got a new book. That part's nice. Sorry you're feeling down a bit lately, though. If there's anything that I could do or that you might want to talk about, let me know. But I'm not going to push or pry or whatever. I mean, I have generally, as of late, had more good days than bad, but occasionally something comes along where it's still, like, gets me in a little bit of a mood. Just loneliness, getting to... Yeah, so... I'm just gonna confess a little bit of something I struggle with in that regard that contributes to feelings of loneliness in my situation. Now, granted, this is not helped by multiple significant life changes of various kinds. But, for me, it just seems like I'm pretty much always the first person to initiate any kind of, like, really much of any contact with a lot of people that I know, including, like, planning get-togethers and things like that. Sometimes it's me reaching out in a text first. Sometimes it's like, you know, we bump into each other and we say, hey, let's maybe think about doing a thing, but I usually initiate that. As well as I'm usually the one to try and keep updated on plans and whatnot, and more often than not, I'm the one getting the plans canceled on. And so, like, I chuckle a little bit. I guess that's almost like a nervous laugh sort of thing, but I understand people are busy and they have things going on, but the frequency with which this kind of stuff happens to me is just, I don't know. It occasionally, you know, it contributes to some feelings of loneliness, and, like, you know, I guess I'm not that high a priority if I'm getting plans canceled on me so frequently relative to how often I end up canceling plans on others. Oh, hello, Al. When always reaching out to everyone and getting ignored by other people. Yep, that's familiar. Sounds like you can relate. Can't remember the last time someone reached out to me first. Yeah, I in general am doing alright, despite the, stream title saying that my Xbox has been annoying. It's, you know, annoying, but not something that I can't at least temporarily work around. Had to reconfigure a bunch of stuff with my Xbox's storage. The external hard drive that I had plugged into it was, I guess it just kind of died. But only the external hard drive. So the 2.5 terabytes worth of games that I had downloaded onto the thing were suddenly inaccessible. Some of which were the games that I had, like, primarily been playing as of late. So I had to go back in, re-download that stuff onto the internal storage, clear some space on the internal storage of the Xbox in order to make room for those games. But anyway, aside from that, I guess I'm not doing too bad. Although I did, if I'm honest, recently have one of those instances of getting some plans canceled on me. And I'm really going to have to try and figure out something better with this person in particular, because there's somebody that I'm trying to, you know, seek out as, like, a mentor-type figure for a certain program that I'm starting up. So, yeah, yeah, we're going to need to figure out something better. I mean, I suppose maybe meeting every week isn't a requirement, but would certainly be better to at least try and plan on that and figure something out that isn't, you know, as easy to possibly just not end up meeting for. Hold up. Okay, two big comments. Helix says, for me, it's just basically desperate need to have someone by my side that will understand me and love me unconditionally. Just need of a boyfriend, need someone to support me, need someone to tell me that he's proud of me. Yeah, maybe not exactly some of those details, but if I'm being real, I kind of wish that I had a lady like that in my life, or at least sort of similar. You know, have somebody there consistently, who I know is interested in me, likes various things about me, appreciates things that I do, can support me without having to plan things and, you know, be able to just discuss things at the end of the day and check in frequently and all that kind of stuff. So, to some effect, I feel you on that there, Helix. It's a, I guess, maybe mild, I'd even maybe air quote desperation on my part. I'm trying to still be comfortable generally with not having that, but it certainly would be nice to have it, is kind of my thought on having a situation like that. Okay, Owl. Multiple comments from Owl here. Seems like disappointment is happening all around. One of my dolls makes a horrible cracking noise every time I turn her head. Yeah, that's not a great sign, probably. Terrified her head will just snap off. Bought a new doll to be a body replacement, should that happen. Clothes and accessories are good, but I hate the doll so much, probably because of that. Probably going to give it away. Back to the drawing board for finding a replacement. Doll's just awful quality. Hair is matted. Straight out of the box. Was planning on using the head as a hairstyling prop for hairdresser dolls, but if the hair's like that, it's probably not a good idea. Keeping clothes and accessories, though, being a doll enthusiast and doll scene photographer is rough when stuff like this happens. I can't say I relate, but I would imagine that's a bit disappointing and frustrating. Helix says, want a boyfriend but was cheated on so many times that yeah, that definitely doesn't help things. Can definitely bring up some trust issues, and just lack of desire to be open with people. Including those who would maybe otherwise be potential partners. There we go. Now the wall's clean. This toilet, on the other hand, has a lot of work still to do. Yeah, in my case, I definitely cannot say that I've been cheated on, because haven't really officially been in, you know, girlfriend, boyfriend kind of relationship. The only thing that maybe even debatably counts like that I've ever had in my life was like way back in 8th grade. And that basically ended because she moved. And we couldn't really stay in touch very well. Especially back in those days when cell phones weren't quite as prevalent yet, and the internet was fairly new still. Like, yeah. It's so my somewhat lighthearted, trying to, you know, make a less than ideal situation sound a little bit less bad is that I've pretty much, like, anybody asks me if I have a girlfriend or have had one, I pretty much respond by saying, nope, I'm about as single as a slice of cheese. Which I realize maybe isn't quite as true in other parts of the world, but, you know, especially with American, like, very processed cheese product that tends to come individually wrapped by the slice. Anyway. One of my exes cheated on me after a year of a relationship with a cosplayer from TikTok. Wait. Somebody from TikTok is who they cheated on. That, man, that's just, like, especially if there was, like, no prior contact or way of them encountering each other, that's just especially odd. Like, you really just gonna approach people like that online? But I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say too much in that regard, because then I might be jumping into hypothetical situations that aren't even the reality. Also, holy cow, more comments. I'm trying to keep up. It's been a rough day when you have to clean the bathroom with a power washer. Right. Anyway. Welcome to the chat, Blanco. Hope you're doing well today. Al says, gave up any interest in relationships fairly young. Any guys I could date were just a waste of time, I assume is what that's supposed to say. Also came out fairly recently, only 6 years ago. That dating scene is a whole mess of, yeah. Oh, gee. So, Helix, the people in your situation met in a Discord server? There would have to be a whole lot of conversation going on for that to even, like, possibly come across my radar. Like, yeah, no, that's odd to me and just screams, like, flighty kind of personality. Like someone who probably wouldn't really commit very well to a relationship, or that there's always a chance of them cheating. Blanco says, would be better if it wasn't my Saturday to work. Oh, yeah. I can relate to working Saturdays. I mean, I currently do a little bit anyway, but that's just, like, because of other things in my schedule and because I can basically decide when I work. But, like, even before this, when I worked at Walmart, I worked Saturdays. Job before that, I worked Saturdays. Sometimes. More often than not. So, yeah. Can relate a bit there, Blanco. Can we change the subject? Yeah, sure. No problem. Okay, somebody tried to put something in chat there. I'm trusting Seribot to, you know, actually only be deleting the spam comments and nothing legit. speaking of spam comments, oh man, okay, this will change the subject a little bit. So, have y'all heard about the platform known as Rumble? It's attempting to be a competitor to YouTube, essentially. Oh, hello. We have a random exercise redemption. And despite how long I've had that set up, I think you're the first to redeem it there, Helix. Okay, but real quick thing on Rumble. It has terrible comment moderation. Like, nearly every video that I post on there, especially the Bible-related ones, like, they almost invariably get some sort of comment with somebody coming in there trying to be like, hey, I really like your content, but I noticed you don't have many followers. Contact me at blah, 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 and I'll give you some, service to help you, reach a wider audience. Like, get a grip, people. I do not want to pay for something like that. And the fact that, like, every comment that I get on Rumble is of that nature, it's just, ugh. Alright. I am almost maybe gonna have to go back into... I'm almost maybe gonna have to go back into my, redemption stuff and look at what... I know it involved rolling a die, and that would determine a little bit of some sort of exercise that I do. I know push-ups were an option, sit-ups, squats, but I forget the rest. So I might have to actually go look back into that and see what I even set that for. Give me a sec. That is not what I was... There we go. Channel points. How did I describe that? There we go. Okay. Oh, man. With how infrequently that has gotten redeemed, I might have to change how much that equates to. Alright. Also, real quick, switch into this scene. Okay. For my random die roll, I'm gonna bust out just a randomizer app, because it's more convenient. Okay, so, let me make sure I'm keeping up with chat real quick. Yes, full name is Matthew, full first name. Something sad happened to me this week, completely out of the blue. One of my cats died, no warning. Oh. Huh. That's... Sorry to hear about that, Owl. Yeah, I know there was another one you were talking about. Because... yeah, I remember there being another one you were talking about, and... That's the one I guess I would have expected to hear about, but it seems like a completely different one passed. Sorry to hear that. Okay, here we go. Random die roll. Hopefully I can get a better angle on this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we go. Boop. 6. Alright. What was 6 in my choices here? Oh, fun. And now that I've got all these posters on the wall here, doing invisible chair seems a bit impractical. Okay. Might have to change that out. But, oh well. Instead, I will make something up and, maybe I'll do what some people call burpees. I don't know if that's the total common name for it in all parts of the world, but it's basically like you hop down, do a push-up, and then, like, jump back up real quick. I'll do a few of those for the randomized exercise, I guess. Alrighty. Here we go. I might need to change my camera angle a bit here, too. Because otherwise, it's going to be a little harder to see. Alright. Pushing my chair way back there. You can actually see the light that I normally have behind me. I guess you'll be able to see evidence of what I'm doing here. Moving the microphone a little bit, though, so I don't come into contact with that. Alright, I'll do like 5 to 10 of these. Just cuz. Okay, so the way burpees work, those of you who don't know, it's basically you go down, do one of these kind of things. I don't know if a push-up is necessarily required as part of it, but sure. And then you jump back up and do something like that. So, a few more of those. I don't think the push-up part is required, but oh well. Alrighty, that's 1. 2. Well, that's 2 actually. Oh man, I should have stretched before this. 3. Yeah, definitely gonna stop at 5. This is where I realize that I am in way worse shape than I used to be. But, yeah. It's 4. Yeah. Back when I used to take Taekwondo and that kind of stuff regularly, that was... this would be nothing for me. Anyway. Okay. There we go. Alright. Meanwhile, chat's been going. And I have not been able to look at it very much. Okay, so. Cat. Had him about 12 years. Or maybe this was a different one of the cats, I don't know. Vet said when we took him in that he wasn't young. Guess he might have been 6 then. Yeah. Helix says my rabbit was almost 10, and rabbits live up to 10 years, but like you said, it hurts a lot. Okay, well, I did the push-up part, so I kept myself honest. Helix, that was me mixing up what I was saying there. Anyway, he isn't the oldest one we lost. Eldest one of ours that passed was 23, but it was kind of expected. Yeah, actually, on the matter of rabbits, my little sister, who actually just kind of recently graduated high school, actually very recently, it was just a couple of months ago, she had a pet rabbit who also just recently passed away. But anywho, all right, well, after all that, back to the game. Options was literally let him go. It was an unspoken that you could take him home, but But anyway, yeah, so, in other news, this whole Rumble platform situation, like, the comments and stuff that I mentioned are the most annoying part, but it, from what I've seen, it also is very heavily right-leaning politically. Like, you go to the homepage, and I can almost guarantee you the majority of what you're going to see, if you haven't already followed a bunch of accounts on there, or even if you have, is that you're going to see some sort of, like, you know, right-wing media, you know, video recapping a certain, you know, recent event or some other political thing. But yeah. So as much as I wanted to try and give this Rumble platform a chance with my videos and stuff, I'm almost thinking now it's kind of not worth the effort. Because, I don't know. Not that the political stuff is a good reason for that, but it's like, it's just another thing that tells me that they really aren't trying too hard to actually be the best platform that they can be, probably. And, you know, be open to different perspectives and be flexible with, or like supportive of different types of views and different things like that. I don't know. I'm probably not explaining it the best, but that in tandem with the lack of content moderation, which, by the way, every single one of those comments that I've gotten on Rumble, I mean, you can't, like, report a user for any of that kind of stuff. The best you can do is mute them forever and then delete their comment. But that doesn't get rid of their account. That doesn't report what they did at all. And the craziest part is, because I'm muting them forever, it's literally a different account saying the exact same kind of thing every single time on these videos of mine that I post there. So, yeah, it's like, Rumble is not a platform that I would recommend. If you're looking to do video content outside of streaming, just go with, well, I mean, if it's short form, go with, like, I don't know, TikTok or Instagram or something. If it's a bit longer, maybe go YouTube. Actually, almost definitely go YouTube. Anywho. Oh, Helix says I have to go now. Alright. Hope you have a nice day, or hope you get to feeling better sometime soon. Hope some good things happen to you there, Helix. I was just saying good night to Helix. I was attempting to change the subject to something a little bit less sad, since Helix asked for a change of subject. So that was just something else that was on my mind, especially with the spam comment that popped up there. Al says, yeah, it was definitely a bolt from the blue with Dibs, though. Dibs was the name of the cat that you were talking about earlier. I realize it's not quite the same. My brain went to the animated 101 Dalmatians, and I think Sergeant Tibbs was the name of the one cat there. Which, I'm trying to remember if that might have been the only cat, actually, in that movie. At least, the only one that had a name. And that actually just has me wondering if all 101 of the titular 101 Dalmatians even all had names. I mean, I know a bunch of them did, but it's not like there's a scene in the movie where they literally go around and, like, mention all the names of them. Okay, ceiling panel. What's still dirty on the ceiling panel? Something I cleaned in there. Not sure what it was, but something in there. Okay. Wall. Still needs to be cleaned a bit. Probably all the walls. I know for sure that 24 of the Dalmatian puppies had names. Going by the book, there were actually only 97 puppies. Huh. Oh, yeah, okay. I remember you mentioning the whole Pongo and Perdita thing before. But that still has me wondering how the total got to 101, because I'm not sure I remember that detail. Oh, hello. Lots of, well, got some sections of the floor to clean here. Okay. Oh, never even fully got this tiled floor. Apparently my concentration has been kind of all over the place. Pongo's mate was Mrs. Perdita. Perdita was a stray. Hold up. Where is there still dirt on this wall? 16 puppies were Pongo and Mrs.'s pups. 8 were Perdita's. Perdita tells Pongo and Mrs. her story. 101st Dalmatian is her mate, Prince, who they meet in the last chapter, and he moves in. Huh. There we go. Now that wall's clean. That was gonna bug me a little bit. Also, Cruella de Vil had a cat. The cat helped the Dalmatians destroy all her... Yeah. Her husband out of business. Oh, geez, the pipe is a separate thing that needs to be cleaned? Why, though? Okay, this pipe is clean for some reason. You know what? I can go back and get little details later. Back from ads. Okay. Yeah. That whole situation would have been a little controversial for a Disney movie, especially at that time, though. Well, okay, before I say my thought. Actually, Cruella abuses the cat, treats her like dirt, and drowns the kittens. Jeez. Yeah, also, very not Disney-like there. Yeah, I'd say the cat's quite justified to, get back at Cruella then. I mean, especially in a, like, story kind of situation. Funny thing, the author, Dodie Smith, wrote the book hoping Disney would turn it into a movie. So it was written with the intent of being a Disney movie, but maybe, you know, because independent author, they weren't quite so intent on, like, being as clean as Disney would have been with it. I don't know. Maybe they just weren't aware of where the line was as far as Disney stuff. So she was an established author who had published quite a few books. Sorry, I meant independent as in, like, you know, not, like, working for Disney. Disney loved the book and purchased movie rights for it. Yeah, I didn't mean that the author was like a nobody or anything relative to, you know, authors. But yeah, more so that, like, was not already working with Disney prior to writing that or anything. I don't know. It Okay. Got more toilet stuff to clean and probably some of this around here too. Okay, pipes clean there. Cisterns clean. And I was 2 seconds away from being like, what's not clean about the toilet? Well, I answered that question. Story hasn't changed much. They just removed Perdita's storyline, removed Prince, merged Perdita with Mrs., removed Cruella's husband and cat, a few other events of the journey, removed the ending. The Daryl's buy Hell Hall to have more space. Yeah. Okay. Walls are all done. Now for this one. Oh, this one's got a gnome. And a funny face drawn on the toilet lid. Okay. See, now this really has me wondering, or thinking, like, there's got to be somebody going around these places in this game and intentionally getting stuff this dirty. Especially with the drawings and whatnot. Although, usually any, like, graffiti and drawings and things like that seem to be kind of underneath the outer layer of dirt. So, and I think I'm gonna have to remove the gnome in order to better clean the toilet. You now get... Well, I guess you're now there on the floor. So they also merged both of the servants into one maid character. They had two, a maid and a cook. Roger's job was also changed. He was an accountant for the government. And then there was the live-action version, where a bunch of details changed again. The one from, I'm gonna say back like early 2000s or maybe late 90s, with Glenn Close as Cruella. They made Roger a game developer. Or maybe designer is more accurate, I don't know, anyway. He helped to make video games. And then there was, I mean, that one had an additional henchman of sorts, kind of helping Cruella, but also like less adamantly than Horace and Jasper. Cruella actually didn't have a job. She was old money with a massive fortune of her own. Made her husband take her last name because of it. Husband made fur coats and stuff. Love that because she could wear any furs he made. Okay, walls are done. Cistern still has a teensy bit of dirt. Pipe is good. Toilet lid is good. Toilet itself still needs a bit of cleaning. Okay. Tiled floor. Oh, I'm not sure I double checked the floor in here. Okay, that floor is good. Okay. I think that cubicle there is done. Which leaves us with this. When the Dalmatians and the cat put her husband out of business, in the serious What the Heck Trippy sequel, she opened her own clothing line themed off of metal. Okay. Sequel was absolutely awful. Glad Disney didn't touch it. Well, of course, Disney did also make their own sequel just to their movie, I guess. To their animated movie. I'm not sure if Disney was in charge of the live-action 101 Dalmatians. Yeah, they made a sequel movie much, much later. Probably closer to the time of the live-action version. But the sequel they made was another, like, animated one. And then of course, there was also like a series that they made, cartoon series. Basically everything in the world except dogs go to sleep. Dogs suddenly have superpowers. An explorer trying to figure out what happened. Turns out the dog Star is lonely and wants all the dogs to come. Okay. Cue the, like, aliens meme. Yeah, I don't think the Disney sequel was quite that out there. I forget if it was actually the sequel straight up or if it was some other spin-off thing or whatever, but pretty sure I remember there being some animated 101 Dalmatians property created by Disney that involved some sort of artist. Alright, what am I missing now? Only good thing about it was something near the end, because for some reason Pongo has to decide if they go or stay. The stray dogs take him to one side, say that they're thankful. Because they weren't hungry. They wanted to stay because they were going to take this time to break into the dog shelters so they could get homes and families. Okay, light switch is clean. Ceiling panel still has a bit of dirt somewhere. Okay. Panel is clean. What is left? Let me consult the list here. Washroom walls. Oh. Okay. Where's the dirt on this wall? Ah, okay. Maybe it's in some more spots like that. There we go, okay. Ceiling panels. Which ceiling panel is not clean? This one. Cool. Hit really hard because I've seen the suffering of so many stray and neglected animals. Offered help myself to many of them. Cat I lost last week being one. Whenever I tell people his story, people actually tear up at her so. Yeah, it's one of those kind of things where it's great to be able to help, but then, you know, still hard to see him go, for lack of a better way to put it. One of these lights is not fully cleaned. Which light is still dirty? Okay, seriously, which light is dirty? Clean. 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 Where's the dirty light? Oh, it's this one. Okay. How did I not see it flashing like that before? Door hinges, yeah. Do I gotta hit him down low? Maybe from a different angle like this. Yeah, okay. And there's two more. Okay. Now we got cistern pipes, cubicle door frames. Okay, one more frame. Or maybe the little... Yeah, that also counts. Okay. He's absolutely terrified of men. He found a household of only women. Okay, cistern pipes and cubicle walls. I thought I checked all the cubicle walls. Oh, but maybe not these ones. Okay, well, it's not that. And that pipe is good. So it's not in that cubicle. This wall, however, needs some cleaning. I do not see any more dirt. There we go. Cistern pipe. Good. Okay. Cubicle wall. I'm just gonna go all the way along this wall. And I hit the entire wall. How is there still dirt? And I don't see anything glowing when I try to look for dirt. How is this wall dirty? You can't tell me the wall's dirty and then show me no dirt. It doesn't make sense. Alright, fine. Okay, that randomly did it. That pipe. And probably this pipe. There we go. Okay. Washroom is done. Job complete. Alrighty. Clean the helter-skelter. That's the next career one. But, well, let me go to the shop here real quick. Take a look at the equipment, see what I can get. I hardly ever use the soap nozzle, so I'll get the extra long extension first. Also think I'm going to take a short break here to go use the bathroom. You decided on who you're rating after stream. Nope. I usually do not have any preconceived notion there. But, like I said, gonna take a quick break. Might as well run some Twitch ads in the meantime. If it'll do that. But anyway, I will put some music back on here. And then be back in a little bit. Okie day. I'm back. And, so let's see here. You know what? Especially now with Owl being in chat here, and I know that somebody who might have an interest in the Tomb Raider stuff is watching. Might do some more of that. Oh wait, Owl, if you're in chat, let me know. I got a specific thing that I want to... maybe mention. Let's see here. Courtyard, you'll find my beloved Jeep and motorboat. Afraid they're both bearing... Okay, whatever. Alright. Oh gosh, very strange. You share the kinds of experiences I have with my vehicles, you start to see them almost as friends. Jeep, for example, got me out of one almighty scrape. Okay. I guess maybe it's just the boat itself, not so much the hitch or whatever that it's on. Not so much the thing that's pulling it. Yeah, I mean, okay, so I understand Lara would have a boat and a Jeep. I don't necessarily think of those things as being synonymous with her. Having an obstacle course is definitely understandable. And I guess having these kinds of things would be too. So, I don't know. I get a sense that Croft Manor was definitely, like, planned. But, you know, they wanted to have more than that. So they started filling in other objects from the series. Or objects that would have just made sense at all to be power washed, that could at least in some way be associated with Lara Croft. Yeah, so now I'm cleaning the boat and the Jeep. I finished the obstacle course, by the way. And as I was doing the obstacle course, I'm pretty sure Lara came in with like a fourth wall break. Now she seems to just be explaining the story of how she came upon the Jeep. But no, so she said something to the effect of, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna make a clip of it at some point. But she said in the like fourth wall break that she was referred to our power washer here by a mutual contact or a mutual friend or something like that, and I'm like, I don't know of anyone in this game who would have any reason for a canonical connection with Lara Croft. So unless they're just wanting you to assume that it was the mayor of Muckingham or something, I think that's actually kind of a nod to the player being the mutual contact, since, you know, the player is the one that downloaded the DLC that would make these jobs available. She's definitely talking about the player. Probably done as a thank you to fans. Yeah, again, there's multiple reasons to think it was a reference to the player. Because there's definitely not much of a significant reason to think that it would be some in-game reference. This job definitely seems like it'll be on the shorter side of things, which isn't too bad, considering how long some of the other Tomb Raider ones have been. Okay. Where is there still dirt on the boat? Okay, down in there for sure. Okay, that was the hull. I think the boat might be done. On to the Jeep. I was concerned for a sec there was going to be a lot of rust on the Jeep. Makes sense that there would be this much mud on it, though. Especially, you know, considering Lara Croft and Tomb Raider stuff. Anyway. I'll never forget the purring engine and pumping teeth blasted out as soon as I turned the key. Clearly the Desert Warrior who previously owned it, both first-rate mechanic, and I didn't read the rest of that. But anyway. More stuff about the Jeep, presumably. Either the Jeep or the boat. Makes a little more sense, I would think, for it to be the Jeep. I think that's what she was saying at first, anyway. I don't know, I really only halfway pay attention most of the time to what the characters are saying. As for the motorboat, I have no idea who the original owner was. They seemed to be two a penny over there. In 90s Venice, you could jump out of a motorboat into the canal. Dive on. Yeah. So. I presume that's a bit of a saying, just referring to something being commonplace. hello. Your comment there almost got modded out, Owl. But anyway. During a break, got a snack, check Twitter. It's like our friendly neighbor. Quite fitting. Given how much. Yeah. Oh. You hear the latest about, you know, the U.S. election situation. About how Joe Biden is not running for nomination this year. Not running for re-election, I guess, is the more complete way to say that. Totally screams vote for her, you're racist. Also, like, I've heard it would have been quite difficult with the timing of things to really get enough support to get enough delegate support for anyone else, really. She was already on the ticket as vice president, or presumed on the ticket as vice president, and like no other potential nominees would have been on the ticket for that. And if they were on the ticket for somebody else, for some other position, then another person would have to be found for their position that they would be vacating, and just, yeah, I don't know. Like, is it ideal? In my mind, no. But it seems like overall it might have been the best move to make. Also, shortly before Biden made that announcement that he would not be running again, he did come down with COVID, and, well, plus there was just general pressure on him to step down from various places. Not even with, you know, Harris as a presumed replacement nominee for him. But anyway, you know what the far left is like. Both woman and a person of color. It's 2 victim cards if she doesn't win. Yeah, but I still expect that to be handled with more class than Trump did his losing of an election. You know, back about 4 years ago. And plus, if we're being real here, most of the people who would vote for Trump instead of her are, they might be the type of people to literally be kind of racist anyway. I'm not saying they all are, but quite a few. Either that, or there are people who think that there's a conspiracy from the Democratic Party to try and, basically get rid of Trump. But I mean, okay, I could see, I could definitely see some, you know, complaints, maybe, you know, accusations of racism and misogyny and the like if Harris doesn't win the presidential election. But I don't know. I have yet to see a Democratic nominee for much of anything handle things with less class than Trump did losing the 2020 election. In all honesty, regardless of your own political leanings, does it look like Trump is going to win? I see it on both ends from the outside. From where I am, it looks like he actually might, considering the powerful image of him with his fist in the air. Oh, and Harris supporters are going to stream misogyny and racism at the top of their lungs if she loses. Yeah, like, I can see the supporters saying that. I don't know if any, like, officials would end up doing that, though, I guess is what I'm saying. In any case, so given the trends of the two most recent polls that I have heard of related to, you know, chances of Trump or Harris winning the election, the first one made it seem like it was leaning toward Trump. The second indicated that it was either very close or that Harris had a lead. So, granted, this might have also been different groups of people that were polled, so But if that is indicative of any kind of trend, then the trend would lean towards Harris winning. Personally, I'm just still thinking we need to get out of the political mess that we're in, and just all the, like, hatred and vitriol going both ways. And honestly, from the standpoint of a, you know, fairly center-leaning, maybe slightly liberal person living in the U.S., this hatred surrounding our politics did not seem anywhere near like this before Trump was involved in our political system. I'm just, like, that's the cold hard truth. You look at the election just before, you know, Trump versus Hillary Clinton, which was, I forget if that was, I think that was the Obama-McCain election. It was either him and McCain or him and Romney, but either way, things were nowhere near as, like, hate-fueled. And if it was the McCain one, then there was even significant amounts of respect between them that they showed. So, like, yeah, just the fact that we've allowed the man who is primarily responsible for things getting so heated and hateful in our country's politics, the fact that he's being allowed to continue to have such a massive influence on our system and our situation is just, it irks me to no end. No, it doesn't directly affect me as I'm not American, but in the long run it does. Politics has a trickle down to us. Now labor is in. We're getting the mess Biden inflicted on you in regards to women's rights. Sacrifice to appease a small group of people. Oh, I can open the doors. Ah, that's what I'm missing. Okay. Anyway. So, this is me just genuinely asking. I'm not trying to be defensive of any one person. I'm like, when you say the mess that was afflicted on us, care to elaborate a bit more? I mean, I know you talked about things, you know, about at least some people being kind of crazy liberal over there. And, like, without any further explanation, I would guess you're talking about things leaning even more towards that. Which, honestly, I don't even know if I would associate Biden with that heavily. You know, things leaning real far in that direction from, like, any sort of, I don't know, trans things or just other civil rights or whatever. Okay, might be about time to consult the list. Motorboat, glove box. Okay, multiple things inside here that I didn't quite get. Shouldn't be too surprised by that, I guess. The erasure of women and how we're not even classed as women anymore, just people who identify as women. Trans people get priority over us, just to name a few things. Got no issues with trans people. We're all people after all. Draw the line when some of the more unhinged... Yeah, so that's not something I would really associate Biden with, just because, like, I don't recall him talking much about that. Other than maybe just a general, like, being broadly supportive of, you know, trans rights and, like, not wanting them to be hated upon. So that was something that might have happened while he was president, but not necessarily, like, associated with him. You know, an increased amount of that. But also, I mean, that's more like just a general outcry from some of the people, in some cases, for, like, you know, people on the left in the US getting kind of crazy about certain things. Especially when Biden met with Dylan Mulvaney. Okay, I met with... Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say too much on that, because I'm not aware of the details of the conversation and what all it was for. and all that kind of stuff. So maybe there's a little more of an association there than I was aware of. I also, as much as I can, have tried to not be, you know, just glued to politics. In the White House, played a massive part in trans women being allowed into women's sports. I guess I'm just not sure of his part in that, because I don't think he, like, signed anything into law that specifically said, hey, this is, like, this has to happen. I certainly get he might have been, you know, attempting to show support, maybe going a little overboard in that. But anyway, I feel like more of the work of that has been done, like, just kind of outside of his direct action, though. I certainly wouldn't describe people of Trump's ilk as any better, though. The Supreme Court justices that he nominated and put in place are a significant reason why Roe v. Wade was repealed, so now, at least within some states, women do not have anywhere near as many rights regarding abortion and other things like that, and I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is not as it should be in our country, our system, our general political situation. Remember that Trump threw the first punch, Biden really kicked up the fight in that department. But no, seriously, literally a third of the current Supreme Court justices were put in place by Trump. And a lot of the recent votes have been going either 5-4 or 6-3. And all the ones that he put in place are going the more conservative route on every single one of those decisions. So, like, yeah. That's the kind of direction he's got us headed. Okay, hold up. What was that? Jet engine outlets. I remember, followed the collapse of Roe v. Wade. Heart broke for all my female American friends. Yeah. Again, not saying Biden's an amazing person. In fact, I don't know if there's really much of anybody attached to our political system that I would say is an amazing person. But, like, I don't know. I guess maybe my flaw is that I still care a little bit more about the personal character of, you know, our candidates, how they generally handle themselves, and how much they take responsibility for things, their broader maturity level and things like that. I still care about that, you know, more than a lot of people seem to, especially when compared with just, you know, I guess policy-related stuff, for lack of a better way to put it. I don't even know if that's the best wording, but it's, yeah, I don't know. A lot of people I know that voted for Biden admitted they only voted for him because they didn't want Trump to get a second term. Well, yeah, and I didn't want Trump to get a second term because I didn't like the way he had us headed, and figured it was only going to be more of that. Plus, I think Trump as a person is of very poor moral character. Just even in his general demeanor and the way he communicates. So, I don't know. It's... Again, the whole situation, I would definitely say, is far from ideal. But if we're comparing people to each other, I would hardly put anyone in our political system up there with Trump as far as being a bad person. It's also how Keir Starmer got in here. More than 60% only voted for him because they didn't want the Tories getting back in. Motorboat, stabilizer fins. Is that what these are? Yes, so it's the other one, I guess. Tories ran our country into the ground during COVID with the revolving door of prime minister candidates. Oh, the window frame? Okay. I might have to close that door again. Finish cleaning this mirror. Maybe? Or maybe I just need to... Ah, okay. So hold up. I'm at the bottom of my list. Oh. Why didn't... I missed some stuff somehow. I voted Labor all my adult life, but I refused to this time. Voted for a lesser party. Yeah. And that's a big thing, too. I really do wish other political parties had a, you know, greater chance just in anything in our system. got all sorts of political parties in the U.S., but most of them are so tiny and barely get enough attention that it's like you almost might as well not be voting if you're voting for one of those, is what it seems like anyway. Almost going to vote for Starmer. Filter in on what he stood for and what he backed and what happened in Scotland. And she... Okay, how am I still missing stuff for the deck trim? Okay, well, first off, I'm pretty sure I can actually see dirt on this. There we go. And then the brake lights on the Jeep after this. Literally can't even see where there is dirt on this stuff. This bill that passed that male prisoners could just claim they identify as women and get immediately transferred to it. Yeah, no, there would... There should definitely be a more significant process than that. And that's the thing. So, like, policy-wise, the U.S. has not gone that far. Which is why I wouldn't necessarily associate the level of craziness around that in the UK with Biden or really anything from the U.S. Alright, one of these brake lights is still dirty. There we go, job complete. Okay. Actually, it has. Blair White, an American trans YouTuber, covers this. 16 women she is aware of have become pregnant due to self-IDing and getting access to women's prisons. Yeah. Like, stuff is weird. And what's really difficult about it from a political standpoint is that a lot of people claim a lot of things and associate things with, you know, big names, even when they don't necessarily have anything to do with it half the time. So, like, if that does stem directly from, you know, Biden or some higher office, I'm not aware of it, but, like, also, if that actually is true and is the case, I definitely don't agree with that. Still not sure it's worse than, you know, the other major option right now, but yeah, I don't know. Biden signed the bill that allowed for self-ID to become a thing. I wouldn't think... I mean... yeah, okay, so... then, like I said, not great. I doubt it was only him signing it. If it went through the usual process for, you know, bill creation and validation and whatever, then it definitely wouldn't have just been him. But yeah, it's, I don't know, I guess in my mind that's sort of another reason why we need to get our focus off of just the divided us versus them mentality that's basically eroded our politics lately. And personally, I think one of the biggest ways to do that in the US would be to basically say, no, we're not going to have any more of people like Trump who pretty much make it their mission to cause division if things don't go their way. Sure, many others signed it too, but his signature is the one. Oh yeah, it's definitely the most significant signature then if the president signs off on it. If he doesn't, then there's a whole lot more that has to happen for it to still get passed. I don't know. Also, here in the U.S., there's a lot of stuff that gets associated with Biden that isn't necessarily true. So you'll have to pardon my initial lack of belief on certain things. Do I have any stool or anything like that around here available to me? Sure doesn't seem like it. Okay. Of course, a big reason Biden gets associated with a lot of things that maybe aren't even actually his fault is because of Trump, and people just parroting what Trump says. Bleh. Grammar. Well, Trump and or the media outlets that support him are saying and spreading all these things. Like back in 2020 election season, Trump was basically claiming that if Biden became president, that China would essentially own the United States. Yeah, right. That definitely hasn't happened. And the economic situation that we're in, there might be some of that. That has to do with Biden and, like, increased interest rates on some things. But there's also a lot of corporate greed that's been feeding into that. And Trump's tax cuts that were put in place before Biden could have even had an effect on the economy. Didn't exactly help that situation. Because nowadays, corporations get more money. What do? They just put it into their stocks. Personally, I think we need to hit the reset button on the stock market, just in general, as reasonably as we can, without, you know, putting people relying on that in any sort of trouble. Buck Angel is another I follow that covers a lot of subjects like this. This trans man dubs himself. Okay. I think he got the procedure back in the 80s. Was female to male presenting. Good guy. Learn a lot from Blair and Buck. Because they're obviously left before the whole craziness. Talk about the subjects from a saner, calmer place with facts and... Yeah. I could definitely appreciate that kind of approach just in general. But, yeah. There's a lot of craziness going on both sides. And since, you know, third party, at least for the time being, basically isn't a valid option that's gonna go anywhere, it's unfortunate that it is this way, but it leaves a lot of people, and probably will for quite a while, leave a lot of people basically just voting for what they deem the lesser of two evils. And I just find it ironic that the political party in our system that normally, you know, wants to promote and stand up for supposedly, you know, greater freedom, less government involvement and that kind of stuff, is also the party who's voting in people that are more inclined to take rights away from folks. And there's all sorts of other things going on like that it's, I don't know, all sorts of craziness. There's actually right wing now after the last 10 years, how politics has gone down. Made her shift from left to right because it seems to her that the left has gone crazy and the right actually protects the rights of people more, in her opinion. Don't agree with all of her opinions, same with Buck, but I find what they have to say interesting. But yeah, and that's like, if anybody 100% falls in line with really anyone else regarding political views, I question whether or not they're actually thinking for themselves. And I see a lot more I seem to, in our system, see a lot more Trump excusers who will basically go along with anything that he says than I see for Biden or any one particular person in the Democratic Party. Yeah, anyway. It's a giant mess, and I'd really rather be out of it, but right now it's where we are. And honestly, okay, so I know this is a weird tie-in, but this is how my brain works sometimes. Like, as far as biblical perspectives go, we should be expecting it to get worse before it would even maybe get better. Yeah, the fact that Christian nationalists also associate with the right wing in our country, that also is a reason why I'm disinclined to lean that way politically, or vote for those people politically. Because, like, you can say what you want about, you know, biblical principles and morals, but one thing I'm pretty sure the Bible does not say, in fact, I would adamantly argue that the Bible does not say, is that we should be shoving our views and our way of living and thinking upon those who don't believe. But that's what Christian nationalists want to do. And Trump is attempting to appeal specifically to the Christians. He was actually... there was, I guess, just recently a video recording of him trying to tell Christians that, like, if they all turn out and vote for him in this election, then they're not going to have to worry about it anymore. They're not going to have to, you know, basically that he'll fix it so that they don't have to worry about things as much in the future and won't have to turn out in as high a percentage as he's suggesting they turn out now. And the fact that he's basically trying to manipulate Christians, I cannot stand that idea. So, yeah, different people have different reasons for voting different ways. I will grant that. My reasons generally have me leaning very much against voting for Trump specifically, and maybe even more generally the Republican Party, just because they, for the most part, are in line with Trump's attitude, his direction, his approach to things, if not worse, if not, like, even further than he is along certain lines. Okay. With this being a maze, it seems like maybe trying to find all the different things to clean is going to be as much of an endeavor as actually doing the cleaning. Okay, I guess the base is clean. Not relevant, kind of amazed how intuitive I am with people. I'm actually pretty good at guessing two things about people pretty quick. Sexuality, if they're not straight, and their political leanings. I've suspected for a while you were not very conservative. Yeah. No, I would definitely not claim to be a conservative. Like, I'm not real far liberal either. You know, given some of the matters that we've discussed and my reactions to those, I think you would gather that too. But yeah, just, I almost disagree more with the assumed ties and rhetoric to the current major conservatives. Like, it's almost like I disagree more with their tone than with their actual ideas in some cases. Or in other cases, just their ideas and the way they want to go about doing things. Like, they might have noble, generally speaking, motivations, but the way they want to go about it is all kinds of wrong. And that could actually tie into some of the Bible study stuff I've been going over lately, but it's... that's not really either here or there. Yeah, not far liberal either. Kinda soft liberal, close to neutral. The conservatives have a good point. I respect that, yeah. Like, look, I can understand... I can generally understand Christians thinking that abortion is generally wrong. I can understand that. But that doesn't mean I understand the desire to, you know, forcibly remove that option from others. 'Cause, like, they don't see it the same way. And while we as Christians might believe that, you know, God and the Bible are sources of absolute truth, that, like, I don't know. There's just a whole lot of... there's a whole lot of conservative Christians in particular that just push a bit too hard on some things. On a lot of things, really. Oh, and then even outside of the Christian perspective, you've got people like J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate, who basically says that single people should be taxed more. And pretty much says, I don't know, single women in particular. I don't know the exact words, but there was... there was definitely implications, you know, ringing familiar of, you know, Harrison Butker-esque statements. Anyway, on that subject, where I'm at is, if a woman needs or wants one, she should be able to. It's her body. It's... Here, yeah, she should be able to. It's her body. It's her that will be doing 100% of the work. Her mentally feeling a prisoner in her own body. Also the health risks. Say there's health exceptions, but there really isn't. Doctor could lie. There's no health issues just to deny her access, and no one would... Yeah, And yeah, like, the people who are stupidly harsh on abortion basically do not want to allow any exceptions whatsoever. I believe, personally, that there should be some sort of significant reason for a woman to get an abortion. Whether that be health complications, or just, you know, being sexually abused, and that's the result of the abuse, is that they got pregnant. And, like, I believe it should be the woman's choice, but there should be valid reasons, should be significant reasons for it beyond just like, oh, it was an oopsie. Because that just hints at lack of responsibility. And not thinking through their decisions. But anyway, yeah, remember when that used to be the most heated debate in politics? Seems like that's nowhere near the case anymore. Never been pregnant myself, ever. Never had any scares. I've known that if I ever find myself in that situation... Yeah, and I think, you know, especially for anything that a woman would do intentionally that would have the possibility of getting pregnant, then, like, they're, you know, it's generally something that needs to be considered before they go about doing the things that would get them pregnant in the first place. I don't see anything glowing on that. So I guess I'll keep moving around here. Yeah, it's just like, I've never been a father myself, but if I got myself into a situation where I, you know, especially where I willingly had a hand in an action that caused a pregnancy, then I would feel obligated to take responsibility, support the mother. Ever since I found out what pregnancy was, and that there were options to not have to give birth, I knew that I would... Yeah. It's like, you you know how these things happen, so you know, generally speaking, how to avoid it. I mean, there are sometimes extenuating circumstances, like, you know, when drugs get involved and other things like that. Other, malicious plots, for lack of a better way to put it. But, yeah, aside from malicious things being done to a person, it can generally be avoided. But anyway. Quite fortunate here in England. It's up to 22 weeks. Abortion was never actually legal here. It was back in the 50s, 60s. Women were literally killing themselves, and so many back alley abortions were happening. Yeah. Wasting time prosecuting vulnerable women, at least the few that survived. So the stance was, look, we know you're going to do it, but we would rather you get it done in the safety of a hospital. Yeah. Now that's the thing, right? There's so many different situations where some people will be like, you know, banning this is never going to work. But then they will want other things banned. Like conservatives want to say, oh, banning guns will never work because people will just get access to them on the black market, or, you know, through other means. They'll bring them in from outside the country or whatever. But then they want to outright ban abortion, as if people will never try and find another way of getting one. Like, what? Your logic is inconsistent. Now, more liberal folks might think something like, you know, oh, banning certain drugs doesn't really help, like marijuana or other things like that. But then they want to, you know, ban, well, it's, when it comes to gun laws, they generally want to ban certain types of guns, not just any and all guns. And or restrict access greater than it currently is restricted. Completely decriminalized it and set up access. Back in the 50s and 60s, though, there was a case where families would have 10 plus children, and families were so financially struggling to cope, and the woman was mentally fried with baby after baby that she just couldn't handle having one more. Yeah. And that's another kind of situation that Christian nationalists are pretty much actually trying to push for in this country. Like, they think the way to fix the country, and even the world maybe, is to have as many kids as possible and, you know, specifically raise them on Christian beliefs, and then that's Yeah. So in order to have that happen, you know, like, but then you would think to that end they should want abortion to be legal, because then, like, the people who don't agree with them would have the possibility of not having children, and that would further increase the chances of what they want to do actually happening. Again, like, there's all sorts of lacking logic that just proves there's really more emotion in a lot of people's politics than there is actual, like, thinking and reasoning. Oh, but I guess the reason they don't... I guess the reason they want abortions banned is because, you know, they also want to force teaching of Christian morals and values in schools and all sorts of things like that. Despite the fact that there's already a distrust among conservatives regarding our education system, you don't expect them to, you know, teach regular subjects well, but you expect that they're going to teach the Bible well? Like, come on. And what's especially saddening to me is that there are people that I have known, worked with, been friends, or at least some sort of similar connection with over the course of my life, who hold to these views that seem completely un-Christian to me. Like, even some of the people that were around me as I grew up. Some of the adult volunteers in the youth group I went to in middle and high school. You know, people who had an influence in the development of my views, who told me growing up that, you know, we should be kind and considerate and compassionate towards others. Those are the same people that seem to be... Some of those people are now being, like, extremely strict. They want to ban all sorts of freedoms and force all sorts of, you know, views, beliefs, whatever, upon people. And, like, it's... No. Why are you going completely against what you told me to believe and think and do when you were helping to, as the Bible would put it, raise me in the way I should go? If anything, population needs to decrease. And there are like 7 billion people. Oh, it's over 8 billion now. Just went to a population live counter. There's, yeah, like 8 1/8 billion people. Of course, like, half of that is in China and India alone. But yeah, 7 billion was the number I remembered hearing back in, like, high school and maybe college. But yeah, and that's a thing too, like, the you know, the abortion abolitionists never seem to think even twice about that. They're like, oh yeah, let's put more people on the planet. Because we're not already strained for resources in some ways. But the thinking there could be that, like, oh, well, you know, more people that we allow to live, the more ideas we might get for how to solve these resource issues and things like that. But of course, then conservative folks are generally against measures that would seem to ease our resource troubles in certain areas. Like, I see a much greater lack of consistency in logic with U.S. conservatives these days than I do with liberals, to be honest. I mean, the more liberal folks may just generally lack logic and operate on feelings a broader portion of the time, but at least they're more consistent about it. Anyway, okay, so maybe way off here, as we know. Never read the Bible as a whole. Based on what I've learned the past year, isn't the point of Christianity, in theory, supposed to be to love all men and women, spread kindness and compassion to those that needed it. Even Jesus himself befriended exactly the kind of people that modern-day Christians would verbally attack and shun. Yep. Yeah, that is a very big thing in the Bible. A very big thing that Jesus talked about, promoted, encouraged, asked people to do. And you will see people on social media, you know, generally more liberal-leaning Christians that will state things to that point as a way of arguing against the more conservative folks who have seemingly gone, like, completely the other way as of late. Yeah, some blue-haired lunatic with a septum piercing screaming into their phone camera in their car crying over someone hurt their feelings is definitely consistent. I think the argument is that a fetus is still an unborn baby and counts as a life, and aborting it would be murder. Yes, that is the general way that is discussed in conservative Christian circles, yes. And I do agree to an effect with that idea, which is why I think, generally speaking, abortion should not really be allowed. Like, that there needs to be a good reason for it. But, like, I'm not going to push my idea of what a fetus is onto other people to the extent that I'm going to force them to carry it for 9 months when they don't even see it as an unborn human in the same way that I might. She had actually told me once during Games of God. Sensei has told me before that even women shouldn't be seen as less than. Even Jesus chose to reveal who he is after he resurrected himself. Women were not seen as less than, but also equal in Jesus' inner circle. Yeah. First people who knew that Jesus was, resurrected, women. Who were the first people that Jesus asked to tell others that he was alive again? Women. Oh, geez, okay. That's I had a feeling. Wasn't sure if this was going to be the situation here with this thing. Anyway, I got cut off. He revealed who he was to a woman. Yeah. And he also, like, told those same women to go tell others. So really the first messengers of the gospel, aka the news that Jesus rose from the dead, those were women. And women also played significant roles in the early church. Now they may not necessarily have been missionaries and such as much as men were. But they were leaders, they were financial supporters, they had a lot to do with the growth and development of the early church. Now, there were some positions that they still left solely to the men. So, it's not like, you know, I guess it's that kind of stuff that the more conservative folks point to be like, women aren't supposed to have these kinds of roles in the church. It means the men have the greater responsibility, and they get to lead more stuff, and they get to have a greater say in teaching and other God things. And I'm being very generic about it. Kind of on purpose. Lowell speaking to Jay, it looks like he went live. Also, Games and God night after stream. Sure, we could do that. I have no particular objections. What time is it right now? 8:14? Okay. Definitely thinking this will be the last job that I do. Just not 100% sure if I'm actually going to finish it before I would want to end the stream. Probably have a little more wiggle room tonight, time-wise. I'm not assigned to the volunteer duties that I normally take care of at church as much this week. Undecided about it. I think it's best avoided whenever possible. Aren't there alternate ways to help women in the between cases? More funds for counseling, compensation, better adoption system? Yes. Harsher punishments? Yeah. Like, there's definitely other ways to go about it, which it's like, okay, maybe we should try and handle that stuff either first or at the same time as restricting abortion more, if we're going to do that. But anyway. Oh, dude, wow. The fact that you and Owl's names both appear as pink in the chat, I didn't even realize that you were saying things now. Anyway, hi, Wows. You came in during a very interesting discussion, clearly. Problem is, those services are not helpful to women who just don't want to be pregnant. Yeah. Not something I've really thought deeply about. Says Wows. They don't want to give birth. Offering them funding, adoption, and stuff like that isn't really going to be of any use to them. But yeah, the combination of conservative talking points makes no sense on a lot of these matters, because there's like no talk of, or very little talk of, promoting adoption services. There's, you know, there are conservative talking heads who are pretty much bashing single folks, but like, if you don't want them to have kids irresponsibly, then you should be more okay with people remaining single. Wink wink, nudge so hard I shove you across the stage, JD Vance. But and then some conservatives, even in around the abortion discussion, also want to restrict access to contraceptives because they guess they just really want people to be having babies. And with their idea of how they think they're going to, you know, make the education system also Christian or whatever, or more conservative at least, that, you know, they'll be able to pretty much just teach more people, teach more young folks to think the way that they do, and that'll fix our problems somehow. As if there aren't a bunch of people who were raised by them or have had significant interactions with people who think the same way that they do and actually went the other way because of that, politically. There's removal surgeries, egg freezing in case someone changed their mind along the way. If a woman is choosing abortion because she can't afford it, then sure. I'm sure those services help. They want to have it, but their living situation isn't ideal. I'm sure those but being in the mindset of, I don't ever want to have kids, I don't want this, the services are not helpful and kind of patronizing. And the surgeries are impossible to get. And would probably be even more expensive than either carrying a child to term or getting an abortion. Yeah, and I'm a guy in all this. I don't even, like, fully know the female experience in these cases. Anyway, Um, begging for a hysterectomy for over 20 years. Been patronized in every way possible. Yeah, I definitely don't think people should be patronizing for things like that. I don't know. It's people need to do and be better in general, in a lot of different ways and areas and things. Anyway, ads are about to start up soon, so y'all probably won't be able to hear anything I say for like another minute and a half once that gets rolling. This is an issue. Doctors are in the mindset that a woman can't choose for herself and isn't allowed to make decisions over her own body. Some fictitious man that may never exist in the future might marry her and want children, so they are not prepared to rob that man of children. Like, why don't politicians make an effort to make that more easily available? There's a lot of nonsense going on for a lot of different things. They could, but that would rob them of the ability to control women. Yeah, that's unfortunately the motivation for some of them. Even though it generally shouldn't be. Love this song in the ad. I wish I knew. It seems like this area was definitely a significant portion. That had Aretha Franklin's New Day. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Aretha's typically a solid musical choice. Sure. Good music like that can play in the ads. All that the advertisers want. Can the content creators play songs like that? No. It's a golden gnome. Can I? Okay. I'm like, you say pick up and place object. Like, kind of didn't seem to want to let me pick it up for a sec. BRB bathroom break. Okay. I will probably still be here wrapping this up. Yeah, I think I came into this area with like 60% of everything in the maze done. And now that I'm wrapping this up, I'm like almost entirely done. Yeah, this definitely accounted for a large portion of the overall dirt in this job. There's that thing around the eye again. It's like they wanted to put a special emphasis on the statues crying or something. Where is there still dirt from the statue? I do not see it. And to reveal the secrets of one. We're gonna create so many health issues and makes the hormones go insane, I think. Okay. I gotta try and get like all around the border of this platform, apparently. Thus ends today's lesson. One of those things that had an error of thanks for coming to my mini TED Talk. I don't know if that would even actually be like a TED Talk kind of thing. Tiny little bits of dirt left along the floor. So, like, I definitely would not say I'm an expert in female anatomy, but, you know, I had the high school classes on health and stuff, and also have, you know, 4 women in my immediate family. Five if you count my late grandmother, who lived with us for a notable portion of my life. It would, such a good one too. Yeah. Okay, seriously, all this sunlight in here makes it really hard to see where there's still dirt on this floor. Like, I thought I had gotten everything before, but now I'm just kind of left to spray around wildly. Because I pretty much can't see. Okay, there we go. Hatch. So this stuff around the hatch is still a bit dirty, it would seem. Where is the dirt? Again, the sunlight on the light-colored brick, making it kind of tough to see where the dirt is. Maybe if I open the hatch. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Alright. I'm pretty sure I'm done in here. Might want to double check, though. Blue flower fountain plinth. I'm pretty sure that's not here. Maze center stone benches. Well. Oh. This one isn't fully clean yet? Where's the dirt? Where is it? Ah. Yeah, that would do it. Purple flower fountain basin, red flower archway. Probably going to be a bunch of archways that aren't fully clean. Stone decoration plant, yellow flower. Yeah, I'm going to assume that that's elsewhere. Certainly doesn't seem to be here. Okay. Deselect that. Get myself on out of this area. Okay. What am I gonna find next? Blue flowers. Hold up. The pot. Blue flower pot is not entirely clean. Oh. Yeah, that would explain it. Okay. Any other blue flower stuff? Blue flower, blue flower, blue flower. No. Okay. So now I'm looking for orange flower archway. Purple flower fountain basin. Red flower, so orange, red, purple, or yellow flowers. Green flower stuff is done. And this is probably leading me back to the entrance. Red flower, though. Red flower archway. Okay. Was that it for the red flower stuff? Man, good thing our power washer is apparently like as light as air and can hop on top of flowers without ruining them. Where was the red flower stuff? Red. Red. Yes, red seems to all be done. Okay, so yellow. Purple and orange, I think, were the others. Also, some other stone decoration thing. Let's see. Orange flower archway. Show me the dirt. Might be some on the other side, too. Oh, yeah. Okay, that one's done. So then we just got purple and yellow, I think. That is pink. Purple. Fountain basin. Cool. So now I'm looking for yellow flowers and then some other stone decoration. This is where the maze perhaps starts to look extra mazy. Extra maze-like, one might say. That was the hatch there. I went around that way, I'm pretty sure. So let me go this way. Well, that's blue flower stuff again. And green. And, well... And now I'm back around to the hatch. Okay. Where is the stuff I am missing? Hold up. Yeah, I got the purple. I got all the purple stuff, right? Pretty sure, yeah. So now it's just yellow. And whatever other stone decoration that it mentioned. Nope, that's back to the start. How about over here? That's green. That just loops back around there. Where is the yellow? I am confused. Oh, wait. Orange. Or yellow. Those look kind of orange to me, but whatever. The lattice needs better cleaning. There we go. And one of the posts. Looks like this one. Cool. And now, stone decoration. What stone decoration? Like, can you be more specific, please? Well, let me go ahead and just highlight that so that hopefully, if and when I come across it... Oh, it's this. Okay, cool. Job complete. Huzzah! They give you an aerial view for the time lapse because... How else are you possibly going to see all of it? Okay. Next up will be the treasure room, and I'm thinking that's probably the last job in the Tomb Raider campaign. But, on the whole, I believe I am done for tonight. Pretty sure there's no other equipment I can... Yeah, no. The soap nozzle is the only thing that I haven't bought. And, I need 900 for that. I currently have 471. So yeah, anyway. Okay. And after that, I don't even know what I would get. I guess I could buy... Nope, cleaning liquids are out of stock. So... I guess it would just be buying clothing and other just, you know, cosmetic stuff. I mean, sure, I could get that. Does it automatically get equipped whenever I get it? I kind of hope not, but if it does, oh well. If that's the case, then I'm gonna look like Christmas next time. Anyway. Okay. I believe that'll do it for tonight's stream. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed. Feel free to check out YouTube videos in between streams and whatnot. As requested, we will raid Jate. But yeah. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I will see you soon for another live stream or something like that. It could be Tuesdays around this time. Saturdays around this time are also typical. I've got Thursday mornings over the summer. But whenever you happen to stop by again, whatever the situation ends up being, until next time, stay cool, everybody.